Hello. Hi. Oh, thank you for the follow, Ghost. Sorry, I'm a little bit... Oh, no. Just working. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Funk has been really wanting to play a D&D campaign, and I have been forever pushing that we should play Spelljammer, because I really want to play Spelljammer. So I said, so we were asking, and it's like, oh, do you know anybody you'd want to invite? And like, you were the first she said, "Oh, I should invite Ghost." So, good pick. Thank you. It's slow going. Hopefully this turns out well. There's something about like doing it with pen, and that you do not like you can screw up a little bit with pen. Like there's ways to make it work, but it is a yeah. It is a very like. Very tense because it's like you don't want to screw it up, but for some reason the fact that you only get one shot means that you're a lot more careful, you know. Oh yeah, so we're I'm being lazy, unfortunately. I'm probably gonna work on the campaign later tonight. Just I wanted to start off with art. We're using a pre-made campaign, and if this is successful and we keep on, I may write a more original adventure. But we're using a one that has been ready-made, and it is StarCraft. No, sorry, not StarCraft. This has nothing to do with StarCraft. Why would I even bring that up? It's Spelljammer Academy, and the basic premise of the module is that the party are new recruits to the Spelljammer Academy, which is a mysterious island. Yeah. Mysterious island that trains in the Forgotten Realm setting, that trains people to be spelljammers. So you're like a fantasy no-name nobody who gets this opportunity to travel to the stars. And that's your backstory. Yeah, there is only happy accidents. I am, of course, going off a reference I have, but so that's the character. Yeah. Do you know that just reading about Bob Ross today? Do you know that Twitch channel and all that stuff? Do you know that they stole it? I've not heard of it. The people who own that Twitch channel are kind of sleazy, apparently, unfortunately, because it's a fun channel. I've heard. Ooh, this looks... Oh, School of Magics. Ooh, that is fun. Yeah, so the controversy is essentially... on Bob Ross's deathbed, they essentially, and Bob Ross was not really all that there by that point, they essentially scammed him out of his image, like essentially stole his image from his son, from his family. So it's like the family has been fighting the people who own that channel for years to get his image back. Bob Ross Jr. and all that. And Bob Ross Jr. is a lovely individual. He occasionally hosts the show himself. So I think it's not really fair that Bob Ross, the Ross family, kind of they were stolen. Yeah, exactly. It is really sleazy, isn't it? Yeah. Makes me... I do like that channel. I do find it a fun channel, but it's like, ever since I learned that, I've been kind of uncomfortable with watching it, because it's like, oh, right. Exactly. Yeah, I feel like throw out there probably should just be a law that like nobody can sign contracts signed as a guy is literally like passing over to the next world. It should maybe be like held in absentia or something. I don't know. It feels like it feels like there's a lot of laws, there's a lot of things right there where it's like, I don't, because a lot of scammy people like will steal people, like have stolen like celebrities' rights because of that, like likeness rights because of that. The other people who another guy who lost Laurel and Hardy like have a similar story where like a scam artist essentially came in and stole the life rights for Laurel and Hardy after like the guy was like just about to die, Feels like there should be like a law protecting the nearly dead from people like that. There's a whole documentary on Netflix if you're curious about it. Really? Oh, that's shitty. Or the do you remember when they released a sequel to Kill a Mockingbird a few years ago? Yeah. Do you remember when that sequel to Kill a Mockingbird was released a few years ago? And it was pretty obvious, and that was the author of that. Her nurse was releasing that, and it's like, it was pretty obvious quite quickly. It's like, oh no, this is essentially what happened is like her caretakers found this like old, because yeah, and she never intended to release that book, and it's like, and then it's like, well, I don't know, Ghost, I don't know. Some would say it's a clear example of elder abuse and taking advantage of somebody who probably couldn't really give their full consent, or, but her nurse works really hard, she should get the money. Yeah. That was a heartbreaking book, because I loved To Kill a Mockingbird as a kid. Yeah, the nurse. I'm gonna. When I become a rich old miser, I'll just go out into the woods someday, and leave all of my works to a random bear I meet. The bear that mauls me deserves my work. Growing up, it's always hands. It's always the hands I screw up on. That's right. Yeah. See, the funny thing about like the realities of this. Sorry, went down the wrong throat. I used to think humans actually had two throats, and one of the realities of drawing, like being an artist, like doing this, is that you have to like, the canvas right now is like flipped. Like I flipped the screen so that you can see it front ways. It's not that big a deal and people don't really notice it, but there are some weird effects. I always find it so weird. Thank you. It's a lot better. The setup came out of years of development because I at one point when I first started streaming, like, and there's some videos on it on my YouTube channel if you ever want to check it out. If you go real back, you can see some very early streams of mine. And essentially what I did is I had a laptop, and I would just pull the laptop down so you could see me drawing. But it also meant you could see a real good percentage of my crotch would also be visible. It was not my favorite thing in the world. Thank you. Yeah. Well, you know, honestly, it's called, I started streaming because I was bored during the pandemic and I didn't have much to do, so I started doing that. Yeah, exactly. And it's fine when you're just starting out, really. Nobody cares. In fact, I would argue in some ways, like, here's a personal theory I put forward. In some ways, it would be worse to be too professional when you're just starting out, was my theory a little bit. Like, if you're too slick and you have, like, if you have, like, perfect branding and perfect lighting when you're just starting out and you have, like, 2 people in there, it's like, did you really spend all this money and nobody's popping up? Because I've seen some people who spend way too much time, like, when they're first setting up. I'm like, no, just start quick and dirty, and then, like, and then get slicker as you go along. There's some people who, like, because you don't even know what you're really, what, like, your appeal will be initially when you start this thing. I didn't even think I was going to do this for very long. You know, it was just I was. What type of painting? Can I ask, like, watercolor and stuff? Watercolor or oil? It's a funny story. I'm about to take a watercolor class myself. Okay, so my basic recommendation would be, I know, like, this is the advice I give it. Yeah, sure. This would be the basic advice I give everybody who wants to learn how to do art. And this is gonna suck to hear, but basically, there's things you could do, but kind of learning art is essentially just an exercise in tedium a little bit, or if you just keep doing it and if you just keep plugging away at it, eventually you get better. And that's, like, the worst thing to hear. It's just, like, you're gonna suck for a very long time, but if you keep working at it, your mind will eventually get it, because you're essentially, it's kind of all about hand-eye coordination and training your brain to process images in a different way than you're used to. And it sucks and it's annoying and it's like, it just takes time, but that's, like, the truth of it is, like, you just sit down and draw every day and you'll eventually get it. And specific classes are good. Almost every city will. Yeah, exactly. And it's I compare it to. I always compare it to, like, say a video game where you have to do, like, a lot of grinding. You know. Should have learned. Where it's like you can just sit down. You sit down. You just have to keep grinding levels to eventually get to the spot where you need to be. Yeah. Classes usually every. So basically with painting, you'll either want to do watercolor or oil, usually. Those are the two big ones. Watercolor is easier to learn. Oil is harder to learn, but is more respected in a way, which is cruel to say, but like all like the great old paintings you see in the world, those are oil paintings. Like all the great, like if you're looking to make like sort of classical like paintings, like you see, yeah, exactly. Take a class. I don't know where you live essentially, but like I would say almost every city will have a few art classes. It's good to take a class. One of the most important things with art is you just have to get over your embarrassment of like you're just not going to be good for a while. And that's like the hardest part for anybody I think in the world to like who wants to get into art. And that was the hardest part for me, I desperately wanted to learn how to do art. And I was like, I had to like break the ego of like, I suck and I'm going to keep sucking for a very long time at this. Like, do I have any of my... I have an old art book around here somewhere. Like, I could show you where I was at a few years ago. And I started late. Like, most people I know who do art have been doing it since they were, like, 8. I was 26 years old when I started... I was 27 years old when I started doing art. Yes, I was 26. I was 26 because I noted because I was a year younger than Van Gogh when he started. So that always made me fucking start. You got time? A lot of people... just remember, the most embarrassing thing about art is you will meet a lot of people who are a lot younger than you, who are a lot better than you. And that's going to just be the truth of it for a while. And you're just going to have to learn to live with, like, 10-year-olds being your superior for a while. And that was the most infuriating thing for me. It was just like, really? But I would say go to an in-person class first, just to learn the basics of what you need to learn, and then and just keep practicing until you're ready to do something. Yeah, exactly. It will forever be frustrating. It will forever be frustrating. When I took martial arts, which I know I look like a martial artist, I was forever frustrated that there were like 12-year-olds who were like higher level than me, and I was like, and I kept going like, you're fucking 12. Yeah, exactly. And it's just obnoxiously, it's just, you know. Like, I know somebody, like, through Twitch, I've met, like... Through Twitch, I've met, like, professional, like, I've met a few people who are, like, professional animators and stuff. You know, I know, like, one or two guys on here who are, like, fucking amazing artists, and I'm like, how is this possible? And they're like, I don't know, I've just been doing it forever. Like, can you see this? I drew this a few, like, 2 or 3 years ago. Not really. Yeah. It's not really that great, but it's like this, and let's see. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And let's see. Well, one guy on here, 10 Times TV, I believe, works for Ubisoft, like Ubisoft India. I believe that's where he was working. And this is what This is like something I can do now. Like something like this. I did. That's one thing, like, shading is a weird thing. Like, the nervousness around shading, I had to get over eventually. And it's still somewhat newer to me. Because, my god, does shading make everything better? It is shocking. Because the thing with shading is, like, at least to me, like, I was like, oh, I did all this work getting, like, the thing right, and then I have to now shade it? I don't want to shade it. It'll block all my beautiful other stuff I did. And it's like, you realize, like, no, that's how it looks good. A lot of people just do the shading first, and it looks amazing. I don't know. Can I show that one? There's a few on here I cannot show, because I might get in a little bit of trouble, even though I think I did a pretty good job on them. I certainly as a... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, it's like, what do you mean? It's perfect! And then you look, and then you read over it like a month later and it's like, oh god, this is... Oof. This is not great, not great. I know, it takes time. And of course, me being me, I've learned this stuff slowly and surely while doing it live quite a few times, so. I think I was... Ghost, I only routinely praise myself. Exactly. Well, for me, it's like, I go on like a million digressions usually in my writing. Or like, one thing that drives me crazy is like, I'll clearly have an idea for something, and then I'll forget what the idea is, and then just not bother to do it. So I'll have this weird, like, sentence. I'll have like 2 or 3 sentences where I was going on this weird digression. It doesn't make any sense, and I'm like, what the fuck was this supposed to mean? And like, nobody understands it. I'm like, of course nobody understands it, because I don't even know what I was trying to say here. Cool though. We'll just all edit. Listen, AI is just gonna replace us all, so who cares? Writing is so fun. I do like writing. Sometimes I wish like I hadn't put like so much of my like eggs in the writing basket, because I'm like, Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I've been playing with chat, the art thing is something to be afraid of. Even though, yeah. The art thing is something to be afraid of, even though, like, I've been playing with the AI art stuff quite a lot. I use it, in fact, I actually use it to make references and stuff, which has been fun, but I don't know. The AI art thing, I think, will never totally replace humans, just because, like, AI art, no matter what, will always have to build off of a human. So, like, you're gonna have, like, if you ever want to get something really, truly specific, you'll have to, like, human hands will have to come in and create stuff for it to guide, and that's not the best. But I also think like we'll never really abandon wanting human-made art. But definitely like there are definitely like the big fear I think for a lot of people is like there'll be like commercial art opportunities the commercial art opportunities will get quite a lot smaller, and it is a terrible time for that. And a lot of artists, like, that's how they made their living, was with all this commercial art opportunity stuff that they would do, like, for hotels and, like, commissions online and stuff. Like, if you're curious... Exactly. So, if you're curious, though, about, like, the art market, the number one way most artists used to make their money, and this is something I learned just recently, by the way, is hotels. Like, hotels buy the most amount of art out of anybody. So that used to be the big way like hotels made their money, and who knows, maybe part of the reason like hotels like they want to see actual paintings being painted. So who knows? We'll see. That's but the fear is commercial arts, and hopefully, but like background like. For animators, this is going to be a fucking nightmare. Because the way animators used to break into the industry a lot is, like, through, like, the way you, as an animator, used to break into the industry is, like, like, you would be a background artist. Yeah, no, I'm not... What... Ghost, part of this whole fear around AI art, hope people have with AI art is that they believe that companies will act morally responsible. And I want to live in the world that these people live in, because that has never happened once. That there are, like, that the aesthetics of human art is much more important than, like, bland computer art. But I have never seen that happen once in my life, and I have doubts. But AI writing, on the other hand, I'm more optimistic that that's probably not going to take off in ways that, at least for fiction writers, that's not going to take off in ways that will... Yeah. Ghost, no, what are you talking about? The U.S. law, McCain Gold clearly states that companies are people. That's why they can donate as much money as they want to political campaigns. What are you talking about? Of course they're people. Yeah. That's a fun law that didn't totally fuck over all of American politics. Yes, you forgot. But AI writing... Okay, so here's the thing. Like 2 weeks ago, like, looked into ChatGPT, because I was just like, okay, I must understand the enemy if I want to defeat the enemy. And I had it write me a variety of short stories and books to see what would happen, what it's capable of. And I'm pretty confident in stating, now I could be wrong about this, but I have a pretty strong confidence that fiction writers are pretty safe. As a fiction writer, I think we're pretty safe. It can't... See, the thing is, it can't really create good, long stories. Like, it can't create new, original stories that, like, people will actually want to see. It's pretty... the writing is actually pretty childish in a lot of ways, and by that I mean it's like children's books and stuff. It feels like a child's book in a lot of ways. Yeah, it doesn't work. They don't write good books, is the thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's also... Yeah. Yeah, and also, Ghost, there is no... So here's the thing. There is no, like... process to, like, they're structured like essays in a lot of ways. If that makes sense. Like, they're structured like essays you would write for, like... Which is weird, but, like, fiction... Like, there's no actual, like, feeling of, like, fiction. It is just a very bland resuscitation of facts that happen. And they're full of, like, terrible cliches because, of course they are. They are, like... Because they're video... You know, because, like, they're just reciting, like, formulas that they've been taught by the internet. And I don't see how it's possible for, unless, like, true AI, artificial intelligence, is achieved. And, you know, when that happens, there'll be very different discussions we're gonna have. You know, a lot of other things will go very wrong. A lot of other things will happen, and that will change the entire nature of humanity, but... Yeah, exactly. Well, it knows the words and it knows to put them in the right order, but it doesn't know what makes them sound good. Here, like, what I think, who's really going to be hurt by this is, like, the gaggle of, like... Yeah, exactly. That will be a very different discussion when that happens, so we'll see. But I think who will be hurt by it will be, like, the gaggle of, like... You know, like, this is mean, but, like, bad journalists, like, bad internet articles that pop up everywhere. Like, I know these people are just, like, taking jobs, but, like, those, like, 2-paragraph things that you see reporting on, like, what, you know, what Marvel movie is coming out next or something, like, those people's jobs, yeah, those are in a lot of trouble. Or, like, what did Justin Bieber do? Justin Bieber put out an Instagram post, and we're, like, fawning. Stuff like that will probably be really hurt. And it's like, you know, like, I don't know. It's bad writing, but, you know, like, a lot of writers took bad writing jobs to become better writers, you know, and that's not great. But it's also hard to, like, really go to bat for those sorts of people. Yes, exactly. Terrible, yes. Game journalists, like... Oh, but AI is going to be perfect for, like, those types of journalists, like, who, like, breathlessly report on, like, the latest Ubisoft thing is a perfect 10 out of 10. You can climb up bridge tout, you can climb up stuff, and gather resources. Yes, it is a cruel choice you must pick. And, it's like... Diablo Immortal is the perfect video game. Perfect video game for the people who just want to skip the grind. I'd give it a 10 out of 10. We'd give it a 12, but we can't. Alright, we'll give it a 12 out of 10. Fucking ING. Hack. Collection of hacks. Like the biggest fucking hacks that have ever worked. It's no shot, like, there's good game journalists out there, but there's also a lot of shitty ones. Yeah. Ugh. It's always funny to me, like, if we want to get into it, like, when, like, something, actually, like, important happens in gaming, like, or when, like, gaming accidentally interferes with, like real-world political consequences happen. Like, the time that, Blizzard, like, punished a esports player for, like, expressing support of Hong Kong. And it's like... yeah. Like, yeah. Like, oh, and there are some guys who are, like, fucking upset. Like, I just remember, like, when that whole controversy happened, when, like, an esports player expressed support of Hong Kong, and, like, Blizzard banned him immediately. And I'm like... And, like, you could see, like, the hacks that, like, were work for a lot of the gaming websites just couldn't handle it. Because like suddenly it's real. And suddenly you have to talk. I don't understand. I have to talk about real like things with actual consequences. But my job is to go to like gaming conferences and get flown around in helicopters by Ubisoft. I don't want to be mean to them. They gave me a jacket. Yeah, that was one. Yeah, that was like the first hint that there was something really fucked up going on in Blizzard. But again, you see guys like that, like they're, you know what they are, Ghost? You know what they are? There's a good word for them. They're corporate shills. Almost all of them. There's a lot of them that are just corporate shills. Like, or even better word, they're corporate propagandists. Like, their job is to write flattering stories about the gaming industry. And that's all they really do. Like, their job isn't to, like, write actual hard-hitting journalism about gaming. Their job is to, their job is, they're essentially, yeah. Well, they're ad men, essentially. Most of them are, like, ad men who, like, their job is to hype up, is to take money from big gaming companies to hype up stuff. It's why most, like, reputable, like, most of the good journalists that work for them usually go independent pretty soon. I always think that's so funny. Like, eventually, usually, at some point, there'll be, like, one or two, like, particularly good ones that pop up, and, like, in a year or two, you'll hear them, like, yeah, it wasn't working out, so I'm just going to start my own channel and just do stuff independently. Because usually what happens is, like, any of the good ones will eventually, like, just quit the big company, start their own, like, YouTube channel or, like, own website and, like, just do journalism there. And usually they're pretty good. Or occasionally they get hired by real publications and start doing much better. Like Jason Schreier, the guy who exposed how terrible, like, BioWare's whole management system was. Like, I think he works for, like, Bloomberg now or something. Like, he works for, like, a real, like, because it was shocking that a journalist of that high quality was working for, like, Kotaku. It was kind of hilarious because, like, Kotaku was like, so... yeah, and yeah, well, and what usually happens is, like, the real good reporters will all just quit and start doing that, which is good, I think, mostly, you know. And if they're very good, like, with high quality chops, then they'll just get hired by a real magazine, and a lot of their stuff will be behind a paywall, and then nobody will read it anymore because it's behind a paywall. But still. Yeah. But that's what usually happens, is, like, the real good ones will eventually just start there. Because that's the internet economy, you know? It's just like, it eventually... You work at, like, those shit rags for, like, a few years to build your name up, and then you're like, okay, I have enough of following on my own that I don't need it anymore, and I can just start my own, like, independent thing pretty successfully. That's usually the, that's usually what I... And also, it doesn't help that almost all of these places are run just fucking terribly. Like, Jesus. Like, it's so funny to me, like, Machinima was, like... Going back, Machinima was, like, the biggest name in gaming for years, and then, like... Somehow, like, they were... I think they were valued at, like, $1 billion at one point or something humiliating. Like that, and then they closed down, and then I follow a few of those old reporters who, like, just started their own thing, and they're honestly a lot better just by themselves. Because that was supposed to be YouTube, I think, in a lot of ways. Is what YouTube... Yeah. Well, Machinima's crimes are well known and well documented, but there was some good people working there. The fall of Machinima is kind of, no, it's not. I mean, it's sort of interesting. Essentially, they were. What happens, you know, the problem with like a lot of these places is like another problem with like a lot of these online places is like, like, what is it, like venture capitalist assholes like eventually took them over. Like instead of being treated as like just like instead of being run by like there's always a bad sign when like the magazine is not run, when a like online news resource is not run by a former journalist. You know, that's usually a terrible sign that something very bad is about to happen. And the problem with like a lot of these online news sites, especially the free ones, is that they were all run like by venture capitalist assholes usually. Like these are people who would be like try and make like the Juicero. Did you ever hear about the Juicero? Like these are people who would like try and make the Juicero or something instead of like letting a. Okay, sorry. I tend to talk a lot. I want to complain about the Juicero though. Okay. Feel free to create your character. By the way, that's probably. Right. I'm gonna try and run this through D&D Beyond just because it's easier. And I know we were all supposed to quit our accounts, but. And if you have like a moral objection to that, I 100% understand, and we can work out a different way. But I was gonna run this through D&D Beyond. And just keep in mind, basic character notes is like not too much. It's just like your character is somebody who is looking forward to, like, you know, you're a person who maybe does not want to be in Forgotten Realms anymore and is looking forward to the adventures that Spelljamming could offer you. And also, it's like, you know, not that I assume anything, but we're gonna, yeah. Okay, feel free. We're gonna roll 20. I'm gonna try and I'll probably run this through roll 20. That'll probably be easiest. Listen, I get it. Dungeons and Dragons, you know, Wizards is acting really shitty these days, and I get the moral objection to not wanting to use it. Yeah. So no judgment there. I'll run this through roll 20 and PG-13. I would say just PG-13 because I don't like, I don't know. And remember, Spelljammer is supposed to be kind of lighthearted, so you know this is space pirates and stuff like that. So keep that in mind when creating character. You know. Like don't do like the Fountain of Death murder. Yeah. Okay. Have a good night. Sorry for talking your ear off. I tend to do that. Okay. Night. Do 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 do. Anybody want to talk about World War One? back in a minute. Boo. Hey! Oh, did I lose you guys? Damn it. I needed... He is alive. He's alive. He's alive. How was the stream? Ugh. How is it going? How's it going? I talked to Ghost River. Seems very excited. So we'll get Opus down and. Oh, wonderful! Yes, wonderful. I see that. I see that. I love it. And congratulations on finishing your book. I know it must be an exciting feeling. At some point, I'm going to try and draw all you guys as characters, and we'll see how that works out. That made me laugh. Current ally, dead cat. That made me laugh just a little bit. If I have energy I'll probably do work on that later in a little while. But I'm just in the mood to draw right now, which I've been doing a lot, but I'll work on that probably later today or possibly tomorrow. No later than tomorrow. Okay. We'll be spell jamming. I'm excited to finally get to play Spelljammer. I've been wanting to play for years. I've been talking about it for a very long time. It'll be fun. I'm not nervous at all about doing one of my first doing one of my first DMing sessions. Nope. Yes, I'm very excited. It'll be fun. We'll have fun. We'll kill monsters, play games, get everybody, even though you always promise you won't, everybody gets a little bit emotionally attached to their character and or tries to kill them off. Inexplicably get obsessed with a random NPC, and then all fun stuff. Just random things. I can draw something specific if you have a request.
going to be taking did I mention I'm taking an art class this week? I'm going to learn how to watercolor. It'll be beautiful. I'll be a beautiful watercolorist. And I'll probably add pen to it, but a lot of watercolor. I hope so too. I'll work on that eventually. It is a lot of work, that particular piece of background art, I have to say. That is quite a lot of work. There's a lot of detail to that one. I will probably add to that eventually. When I have to. Let's see your character. What's your character? Oh, right. What was your character's name again? Bell? Right. So there's Funkhead. That's a good name. Emir Lenar. Tiefling. Very annoying one. Tiefling. I'm just looking at some stuff. So here's some. You're a Tiefling, so here's some lore on the Tieflings. If you're curious. So they're essentially a demon race from the depths of hell that kind of had to leave hell and now live in sort of the human world. Which is kind of a cool. So, just if you want to add anything to it, this is not my lore. Obviously, this is official D&D lore. I would say, like, you know, for all the ironic hell, joke intended, that the Tieflings caused D&D, it's probably their most iconic race next to like elves or something probably, but they can't take credit for inventing elves. They just stole that from Tolkien. And since we're going with Forgotten Realms, which is pretty much fantasy world, like, Aim? Is that is Custodius? Hello, Amos Custodius. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hola. I keep thinking is that an Assassin's? Why can't I speak words? Is that an Assassin's Creed reference? How's it going? Oh, we're just drawing and chatting and slowly working on making some initial plans for a D&D campaign we're going to do in a few days. How's it going? What were you doing on your stream? Thank you. What were you writing? Tell me what you were writing. I need to get back into writing. I'm taking a little break, just doing some art. I should probably get back into writing soon. What were you working on? Oh, and let me give you a follow. Thank you so much for the raid. Am I following you already? I am following you already. Hooray! Although I do make an effort to search for writers and stuff on here to follow. There's a good chance I follow most writers, and I follow most writers on here because I always want to be the guy that gets people up to. I always want to be the guy that gets people up to 50 followers. I always find that really fun when I'm the one who gets the person up to the 50th follower. Yeah. So what were your blog posts about? And hello, Funk. Welcome back. I like both of those ideas. Those are both fun ideas. What's the popsicle flavor that you don't want to get? based on. Wonderful. So, do you have your own website, or are you posting this on like some platform? Well, that's good. I am very supportive, by the way, of people like having their own little platforms, like their own websites and platforms, and keeping that. Yeah. Emika, are you officially finished with your book? Congratulations. And we'll celebrate by nice. You must. You've been instructed to. She releases her own web novel. I'm excited to hear. Share the link. Give the proper warning. Yes. Go share it, Emmy. It is dope, isn't it? It's fine. I have no. Emika is free to share her stuff. I want her to share her stuff. We're all about getting Emmy to affiliate status here. That's one of our big projects right now. Is we're gonna get an Emmy an affiliate, full on affiliate status. Oh, I'm just drawing random stuff. I could draw something more specific. I'm just practicing. I got these random references here that I practice from. No worries. I'm always up to do something. You rate it. Feel free to ask for something. I'm up for it. Screwing up on her like. See, you do have flow. Kind of screwing up on her like. Bathe and eagle. Man. I'm a man. No, it's well, just, if you get more definition in the no problem. It's just if you get more definition in the anatomy, it's easier to see. Just coincidental that affects that's just a coincidental side effect. And I am only half joking about that. One thing you learn about it's just more definition. Although, truth be told, I am only half joking about that. One thing you learn about art is one of the reasons you like really give them like a defined like silhouette like that is it's a lot easier to draw because you know a slightly like more stable silhouette it's a little it's difficult at times to like anatomy is strange. No. You know, there's also certain fun in drawing very attractive people. You know, it's not unfun to draw that. No artist in the world will like. You know, many artists will like demur on that, but it is not unfun to draw attractive people, attractive figures in art. There are a few. You know, there's some art in this very notebook that I probably can't show you people because I might get in trouble for demonetized. I might get in trouble for things because it would be very bad for me to show. But which is frustrating because I actually think I did a really good job on a few of them, and I'm a little tempted to show people because I'm like, I did a good job. Darn it, I did a good job. My shading was really good and all that. Yeah, exactly. Well, to be an artist, you have to... I was a stand-up at one point in my life, and I used to joke that, like, being an artist, like, one of my bits was, like, when you're trying to learn how to do art, you kind of get weird... You no matter what type of person you are, you become a little bit of a weird pervert when you do art, because you get kind of obsessed with, like, how people's bodies move and anatomy, and you're like... Yes. Now, can you show me how that particular muscle moves again? And can you do it naked? And can I watch you do it 5 or 6 times? Yeah, it's like you don't intend to, but you're like, well, I gotta figure out how the fucking muscles move. I have to figure out how the muscles move. And that means there's only really one way to do that, and that's staring obsessively at certain body parts. Yeah.
staring obsessively at certain body parts until I figure it out, and redrawing obsessively looking at them for hours and hours until I nail it. A good art class would eventually have one, yeah. Although, here's the horrible, horrible truth about I mean, like, this is the page. I'm on the page right here with the artwork that I would get in very much trouble for showing, and I think it's pretty good. And I'm frustrated a tiny bit that I can't show people, but I mean, a good art. So here's a little bit of the truth of art class, and you know, it's like when you take an art class, you're like, ooh. I guess I could. I've got kids in my Discord. I don't want to do that. Yeah. I did post a piece of art I did in my Discord recently, and I was quite proud of it. But what was I saying? Like, oh. So here's the dirty truth about like art, nude art models. You're like, okay, this will be fun. This will be exciting. Yeah, it's a weird thing. I'm not really totally sure how to handle that because it's like, yeah, sometimes kids pop up here, and I don't necessarily. Sometimes kids and like underage people, and like, you know, by the time I was like 15, 16, I was pretty familiar with sexual acts, but like I watched several free non-fiction documentaries on the internet. You know, they produce a lot of these about the reproductive system. So, you know, it wasn't that shocking, but you know. What was I saying? So the truth about art models is you think, oh, this will be fun. It'll be like, you know, you're like, ooh, it'll be probably like all these really attractive, beautiful people. And it's like, and then you go there, yes, documentaries, normal non-fiction documentaries about, you know, people like, you know. And it's like, and you realize quickly, it's like, that's actually quite rare, and it's usually more like older people that they hire. Yeah. Well, because they want you to have like a wide source of references. So it's not just hot young people, it will also be like old men quite frequently. Yeah, you should. If you're serious about it, yeah. Yeah. Well, if you're a serious artist, you should practice on a variety of different body parts, but, you know. I'm pretty sure half the reason people go there is not for that. I had once thought, like, this was a serious thought I had, but it's, you know, it's expensive to do this. Like, I wanted to hire like an artist model, like sincerely hire an artist model that we could do, and we could do a live stream where like several people, like we could do an art live stream where several different people come, like essentially an artist night where you hire a live model and everybody draws the live model. I thought that would be a fun idea, but that's, people I know do that. People do that a lot, where they'll hire, like, you chip in like 20, each person chips in like $20 to hire a model for the night.
about $200. I looked into it once to see if it was possible to pull off, and I didn't have the energy. It was like $200, and but it was an idea I thought about doing once, but it was like, it's expensive. I don't want to spend $200 for one stream. Yeah, that was a thought. And plus, I would probably need to be like, I would need like a guarantee that a few people would come in and do it with me, and that's just not something that's gonna. Listen, all you people are great, but money-wise, I don't think I can rely on a lot of people for money. Just doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. And especially something for like as frivolous as like, let's hire a model for a thing that like other people maybe aren't as serious about. I did this a few nights ago. I actually quite like this. This is Funk's D&D character. We both did our own version of it. This was my attempt. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, once I hit 1 million followers. Okay. Let's get an idea. Does anybody have a suggestion? I'll go with my own if nobody has a suggestion. You should. Yeah, 1 million follower party. That would be so great. I'd love it, but it's like seems like a far away hope. And Amazon is firing random people, so heck, it may not even Twitch might not even be around. Tech companies fire people all the time, but it's like, was not thrilled when I heard that news. Yes. A humanoid robot? Yeah. What type of humanoid robot? I mean, I could do that. That's not something I'm not opposed to that idea. Yo, Hyper. Hyper is good. Hyper is focused. Okay, let me think about that. I think I can do that. Maybe I need to take out some pencil. Let's see. Figure this out with pencil before we do pen. Although Mobius is one of the greatest artists, comic artists of all time. Mobius was like, yeah, you should. A training artist should never trust to touch a pencil. When I heard that, I tried to stop using pencils for a while. I've heard several artists give that particular piece of advice. It's like you should just never touch a pencil when you're starting out. Do everything in ink. And it's hard to explain, but it's not
bad advice, really. It's just weird advice. Because people are very, like, dedicated to their pencils. Of, like, no, I can't give up my pencil. A pencil, that's, like... But what if I make a mistake? Yeah, but that's... I've heard a lot of artists say, like, yeah, you just keep going. You just keep going. If you make the mistake, you can fix it. And there are ways to fix with pen your mistakes, you know, without just erasing it. And the thing is, they're kind of right, which is like mind bending, and it's like it hurts your mind to like think. It's like no, they can't be right. You should you should like have all the things. It's like, and the thing is like, but it's kind of right. You kind of have to give up your like preconception. You have to give up your willingness to make mistakes, but. When you're designing a character, it's probably better to use just pure pencil. Yeah. No, it's just more I'm trying to think. No, I'm just like, it's more I'm just trying to think of what exactly I want this robot to look like. Because it's a humanoid robot, so like, do I want it to be like a cyborg with like human things, or do I want it to be like a pure robot? Yeah. We're thinking about this old TV show I was obsessed with when I was a kid. Has anybody ever seen? Did anybody watch the animated show Silverhawks? Has a great opening theme song. It was about a series of cyborgs in space. Yeah, it was something like that. I was gonna do something a little bit more basic. I'm just thinking of that show. They had that show as a kid. Well, cyborgs would be easier just because I don't have to do too much original thought. Usually I'm pretty strict. I've been working off references for the past few weeks, so this is me going full unreferenced. Just stuff I know from my creative mind, my brain. Yes, the Borg. Great villains. Hive mind is always something I've been terrified of as a forever concept of a hive mind. Oh, that used to be something. It used to be something that really scared me as a kid, was a hive mind. I had an idea for a short story once, and I tried to explain this to people, but it's about a hive mind that. Yeah. Yeah, like what if you were part of like. What if you were like subtly part of like a hive mind, but you didn't know it, you know? Like what if there was an external force controlling everything and everything you did, but you know, you weren't allowed to think about that consciously, so you assumed you had free thought and free will? Spooky concept. That is a spooky idea. Hive mind, like, I had this idea for a short story once. Yeah. Yes. I had this idea for a short story once about a hive mind, and essentially, instead of trying to take over the world, it becomes a diet fad. Like an exercise fad. So what you do is you willingly sign your brain and body over to the hive mind for a few months, and it gets you in perfect shape. And like the whole pitch is you don't even have to think about being part of the. You don't even have to do any work. You just like it'll diet and exercise for you. It'll diet and exercise for you and do all the stuff. Like you just have to sign over your body for a few months, and then you wake up in like you go to sleep and you wake up in amazing shape 4 or 5 months later. Right? Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, what you're and then like what you're actually doing is not that wonderful. Like maybe you're like trying to conquer, like maybe the hive mind is using you to conquer like an alien planet or something. Sure. I didn't come up with much beyond that idea, but it was a good premise, I thought, for a short story. Ooh, that is cool. That's really cool. But like, one idea I had was essentially like maybe the story would be told from the hive mind's point of view, and like the hive mind keeps meaning to like use it to take over the universe or something, but they find it's just so much easier to do this. But like they're personally like they find it's actually quite a bit easier to just simply stay on like Earth and exercise like rich people. Because they're making significantly more money and like prestige from doing this than they ever did like trying to legitimately conquer the Earth, conquer the universe. But like they hate themselves for it because it's like this becomes like a drudgery day job for them essentially. Because all they do is like exercise people, and it's like, yeah, because it's like, and like the conflict I had in mind was like the hive mind so wants to take over the universe. It feels like it can do it so easily. But like now they have like this pretty secure job, and if they have to try and take over the universe, like they would have to do all this like extra things, and like do they really want all that pressure? like they really start questioning, do they really, you know, and it's like, do they really want to be at war constantly with the entire universe all the time? Whereas like here, all they have to do is like exercise people just a little bit, and they get to be super rich and well, you know, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, what if the hive, like, what if a member of the hive mind developed, like, their own personality? Or, like, what if the actual hive mind eventually dies and, like, the people who are still part of it are, like, trying to be part of it out of, like, a cultural inheritance or something? So, like, the reason they're doing, like, they're like, we're all part of the same thing! Yeah. I'm trying to draw a guy. Guys don't have as thick a definition. Well, yes, I was talking about this. Some do, yeah. But you tend to draw like more straight lines for guys. Like, I was literally right about to say. I was about to say that, but you know.
We're gonna give him 4 hands instead of 4 fingers instead of 5. Go classic cartoon on all this. He's a robot. Yeah. I'll give him clamps. Probably could. I will definitely need to go to the art store in a couple of days and pick up some actual supplies for that class pretty soon. I kind of tried to make him look a little bit more like Bender. Oh, I do too. It's just not within reach at the moment. Oh yeah, I have these like pure graphite pencils that I like to use. They're they're really like pleasant to like hold, you know, because they're so clean. But they're a real. You can be a lot more. You can like maneuver them a lot faster. Yeah. There we go. There's a little robot fella for you. There's a little robot fella for you. And I think he looks beautiful. Gosh, John. A gosh darn romantic hero. What should we draw next?
So, we'll hear his thoughts on Kaiser Wilhelm. Kind of an idiot, right? Kaiser Wilhelm, head of Germany in World War I. May have just listened to a podcast about him. May have just listened to a podcast about him. He may have been on my mind just a little bit. He does a lot of not very smart things in the lead up to World War I. And he was considered kind of a buffoon and an idiot. So basically, Otto von Bismarck, who in many ways was the real leader of the German Empire, had spent pretty much his whole career negotiating a set of alliances that would have kept Germany safe. And then 1 year, like almost a year after he leaves, after Kaiser Wilhelm essentially fires him, Wilhelm angrily gets into a fight with both Germany and France, with both Germany maybe, with both Russia and France, and those are the two people on either side of Germany. So instead of like negotiating peace and keeping both sides contained, both sides bordering Germany happy, he pisses both of them off immensely by being a loudmouth idiot. Anyways. Pretty much. Listen, many considered Otto von Bismarck, who was the Chancellor of Germany, to be the real power behind the German throne, and that the Kaisers his successors did well by just shutting up and not saying anything while Bismarck did whatever he wanted. And Bismarck is not a good person. Bismarck did a lot of really awful things, but Bismarck was significantly savvier than Kaiser Wilhelm was, and did not. And if they had done what he wanted to do, they probably would have maintained a safe position, negotiating with their allies and. Anyways, World War I was a disaster, and one of the great ironies of like World War I was that most of the people on both sides were all directly related to each other. They were all cousins, pretty much. Tsar Nicholas, Kaiser Wilhelm, and Prince King Albert were all, or King, what was it? It was King Albert, right? Were all first cousins because they were all grandsons of Queen Victoria. Anyways, you know what I read today? I read something today, everybody. Everybody clap for me. I read a thing. I sat down and read a thing without illustrations. Mostly without illustrations. Most of it words. I read the show. Superman. I read a short story by one Mr. Jerry Siegel. And if people know who Jerry Siegel is, that is the creator of Superman. And what was the short story called? The Reign of the Supermen. Is it about Clark Kent? No! It is a sci-fi story, but it is about an evil version of a Superman who plots world domination. And it is the first time that Siegel and Schuster it's the time that Siegel and Schuster collaborated with each other on a project that would eventually lead to the creation of the Superman, who was a nice version of the character they created in the short story. So, needless to say, for two Jewish guys in the 30s, there was a lot of, in the 20s and 30s, there was a lot of fear over this concept of the Superman, because a certain mustachioed gentleman in Germany was kind of going on and on about it in a very specific way. And I get a sense a lot of like, one of the things like that's interesting about superheroes. Annie, if you don't know this, I'm obsessed with superheroes. Is that a lot of the early development of superheroes, superheroes in many ways are a very a lot of, not all of them were. So that's not totally fair, but a lot of the early creators very much were. Could be cited as almost it was a Jewish American thing, because a lot of the writers were in fact Jewish, and a lot of characters created seem to be born from a palpable like anxiety. No, but like a lot of the characters were Jewish. Like I'm talking about like the original characters. That is a Elseworlds thing, but that was made like a decade ago. But there was I would say Jewish people at this time would definitely not be super thrilled with Stalin as a guy. Stalin, let's get this out of the way, was not super nice to the Jewish people. A lot of them very much escaped him at that time. Anyways, but definitely there was a very palpable like anxiety around this whole concept of things. So a lot of superhero characters seem to be created in directly contrast, like to answer the question of who the Superman would be. Like the famous one is the fact that Jack Kirby, they created Captain America, which was this very famously perfectly Aryan man punching Hitler on like the first issue. Like they wanted a character like who was the perfect embodiment of like the Übermensch that the Germans were all fucking obsessed with, and like have him beat up Hitler, because they're saying like this so-called perfect man would be on our side. And I think that and Superman was in many ways also kind of about the palpable anxiety behind this. In a lot of ways, it's very much about the palpable anxiety behind these sorts of this sort of rhetoric that was popping up, where it's like, once again, you have like this character who in many ways embodies the perfect idea of the Ubermensch, but he again is helping the poor and disenfranchised and all the people that like the Nazis hate. So that's a lot of that's one definite idea of like superheroes that you have to like really think about, is like how many of them were made in some way to be a response to this idea. So it's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. It's like, there's a lot of hay spilt about superheroes nowadays, but it's interesting to go back to their origins and like look at like what the actual like places and times that these were created and why they are that specific way. And one thing that fascinates me is it's very much definitely like, you can't, in some ways it's a very like, because comic books, like, if you don't know, okay, so like comic books, like most of the history of Jewish it's like comic books were considered sort of a low medium. So like people that could not get traditional jobs in other things because of anti-Semitism would get jobs there. So like a lot of writers and artists who were like amazing and talented got their jobs started out there. If you want to look, anyways, so something to think about when people write about superheroes, where they come from, and what cultural anxiety, like very palpable cultural anxieties they were actually made to talk about. Whereas communist Superman is, the communist Superman thing is interesting because it's made partly because, what would, if all American Superman was instead crashed in the Soviet Union, what would happen? That's an interesting idea. But it's also like there's a historical thing that one of the many nicknames that Stalin gave himself, was the Man of Steel. Sorry, am I talking about two real things? I'll stop talking about real things. There's a comic out there that implies Batman is super into Sailor Moon. We can talk about that. This is a real thing. Also written by Mark Millar. Freaking Stalin. You know what? Stalin has been on my mind a minute. Hey, on Nintendo. Stalin has been on my mind just because I rewatched The Death of Stalin recently. Great movie. Stalin is Death of Stalin, amazing movie. I love that movie so much. One of my favorites. You guys... Well, that's really it. So it's just interesting because, like, one of Stalin's nicknames that he may have applied to himself was the Man of Steel. So, like, that's always been a thing. People are like, well, Superman calls himself the man. They call Superman the Man of Steel. Why don't we make a communist Superman? Maybe what would that, like, imply? And I actually really like that story. I really like that comic. It's an Elseworlds comic, which I always like the Elseworlds stuff. Elseworlds is quite fun. Of a comic book idea, and that they are a alternate universe, and that usually means like, what if character was in a different time period? That's usually what they do. What if Superman, and it's usually like, what if Batman was in Victorian times? What if Batman was in 1930s? What if Batman was in 1910s? A lot of Batman in different time periods, but it's fun. It's fun. Yes, there is that. What if Batman was a ninja? That's a fun one as well. That's actually a really good one. Samurai Batman. That's a decent one. There's one about a Victorian era Batman who hunts down Jack the Ripper. That's like the real famous one. Hello on Nintendo. The best thing about the Red Sun, that's what it's called, Red Sun. The best thing about the Red Sun comic is what they do with Batman. It's pretty hilarious, the costume they give Batman. Have you guys ever seen it? Let me show you. Hola! Here it is, just for a quick primer. Yes, it is a traditional Russian hat with the bat wings on. It's pretty funny. I want that hat so bad. I want that costume piece so badly, but I cannot find one. Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, as a teen, I used to be a bit of a steampunk myself, so, you know, I understand the sweet appeal of the steampunk costumery. Oh, it's sci-fi, but it's Gears. Ho, 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 ho. That is very cool, though, on Nintendo. I wish I could do stuff like that. That is such a good description! That is such a good description! Yeah, they're just, like, they're goths who are into brown. That is so funny. I love that so much. I feel like all the goths now, like, you know, whenever I go to the mall and whenever I see the teenagers walking around, I always like... Yes, not that... No, why would I... You're not going to a steampunk convention? Doing steam-based things? Listen, all the cool people... It's... yeah, like, all the cool people, like, they moved on to, like diesel and atomic punk now. That's what we're all into. Instead of steam, we like nuclear power. No, that is cool though. That's really cool. I talk in a British accent. Nice! Congratulations! That's amazing. I'm jealous. I have some stuff ready to send out to beta readers, and I am procrastinating like hell on it. Mostly because I'm nervous they won't like it. But still. That's so cool. Do you think they'll... So are you expecting like universal adoration and love, or just normal adoration and love? That's what we all want. Listen, in the end, we all want to traumatize a generation with our novels. Isn't that the most frustrating thing? You figure out how to do something and then you forget. It's like, damn you, brain. You knew how to do this a minute ago. Why can't you do it now? How did it feel to finish your book? Did it feel good? Everybody's finishing stuff. I feel jealous. I should finish my own things. Well, no, because Wicked, it was a huge success, and they're going to run that show for years. Well, that's good. I mean, that's... I'll try and work on stuff tomorrow. Well, I hope I won't get you in my head.
I did say I want this project I've been working on to come out this month, by next month. So we have to start making some moves. No race for the wicked. Listen, is it because I'm a little bit nervous that I may screw up and people won't like it? Yes. But I think I have to kind of get over that fear. Hey, Emmy here also put out, because of Emmy, I also put out a book that sold 4 copies. Like literally, Emmy yesterday told me that she bought officially the 4th copy of my book. You made a whole what like 5 cents from Amazon or something usually. Yes, but now people might read it on Nintendo, and that's what scares me the most. Somebody may actually read it. Since I've been streaming, people actually, I have people who might actually want to read something I do. And that is a terrifying concept. A truly, truly terrifying concept. You may... Well, this is gonna on Nintendo. I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be the first time I attempt to have a trusted group of beta readers. I've asked a few people on stream who stop by the stream frequently to maybe give this stuff a look over. I'm nervous. I'm just nervous about stuff. And the thing is, I'm gonna give it away for free. It's like the thing is, I'm planning to post it on some websites that may mean that strangers read it, and it's like, oh boy, I'm confident, at least friends will say nice things about it, but strangers have no obligation to me. Definitely, it's a good point. You are correct. I'd be like Kaiser Wilhelm II, unprepared to allow my insane ramblings to enter the real world where people have no obligation to be nice to me. This could be a World War I level disaster. And I could end up in Denmark for the... It was Holland. And I could end up in Holland for the rest of my life,
randomly cutting down trees in my backyard, getting obsessed with cutting down different trees in my backyard. Do you want that to happen to me on Nintendo? Do you want me to cut down all the trees? Oh, what a terrible thing. What a terrible thing that would be. Great band, Franz Ferdinand. Heartbreaking. It would be heartbreaking to lose them. They should never go... They should never go to Serbia. I wonder what happens when they tour in Serbia. I wonder if they ever tour in Serbia and they're like, okay guys, how's it going? Listen, as long as they don't drive by... Listen, as long as they don't drive by any sandwich shops that pissed off anarchists are sitting at, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. I know his last name was Princep, and I just can't pronounce his first name. It's like Alfredo Princep, who assassinated him. That still is like the most bizarre assassination story ever. And just randomly, this one guy would, like, he had tried to kill him earlier, he had failed, and he was just depressingly eating a sandwich. And then randomly, Archduke Ferdinand just pulls up right next to him, and he's like, oh, really? Okay. I get a second shot at this? Wow, wonderful. Oh yeah, you were talking about that. Oh, that's wild. I mean, that is a wild story. True. Oh, I mean, that's one of the best songs in that musical. I am going to the Lordy. I'm going to the Lordy. Great song, great song. I love that song. You are right, that is a pretty wild one. I want to be in Bassett. I was obsessed with that whole... I wanted to write a book about Charles Godot at one point in my life. Because that is a guy that just had a total breakdown. I love that musical. By the way, great musical. Underrated, I think. Underrated and sometimes like discography. I think that's one of his best ones, actually. Maybe you want to listen to it. I don't care if it's going to get copyrighted strike. I want to listen to it. Going to the Lordy. I am so glad. I am going to the Lordy. I am so glad. I am going to the this funny story. This is actually like the thing he said on his right before he was hung.
Christians and learn from a sinner. Charlie Guiteau, out and determined he'd wind up a winner. Charlie had dreams that he couldn't let go. Said nothing to it, I want it, I'll do it, I'm Charles J. Guiteau. Charlie,
I mean, both casts are pretty great.
never said never or heard the word no. Faced with
But I figured we'd go with the...
faster, his smile would just grow. And he'd say, look on the right side, sit on the right side, sit on the right side. This is the land of opportunity. Lightning you.
So, tomorrow.
You can't be sad, you can't be on the right side. I am going to the Lordy. Charlie Guiteau drew a crowd to his trial, led them in prayer, said I killed Garfield, I'll make no denial. I was just acting for someone up there. The Lord's my employer, and now he's my lawyer, so do what you dare. Charlie said, hell, if I am guilty, then God is as well. But God was acquitted, and Charlie committed until he should have. Still he said, look on the right side, not on the black side. Get off your backside, shine your shoes. This is your golden opportunity. You are lightning and your news. Wait till you see tomorrow. Tomorrow you won't be ignored. You could be pardoned, you could be president. On the right side. I am going to the Lordy. Charlie Guiteau had a crowd at the scaffold, filled on the square. So many people that tickets were raffled. Shining on his shoes, Charlie mounted the stair. Said never sorrow, just wait till tomorrow. Today isn't fair. Don't despair. Look out on the right side. Look out on the right side. Sit on the right side. I am going to the Lordy. I am so glad. I am going to the Lordy. I am so glad. I have unified my party. I have saved my country. I shall be remembered. I am going to the Lordy. Look on the bright side, not on the sad side. Inside the bad side, something's good. This is your golden opportunity. You've been a preacher. Yes, I have. You've been a
Night
dog.
Funk.
Yes, I have. You've been a killer. Yes, I have. You can be an angel. Yes, I have. Until tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll climb aboard. But if you never got to be president, you'll be remembered. Look on the bright side. Open the door. And the Lord.
Yeah, that's Sondheim. That is Assassins. That is the Ballad of Charlie Godot, or Charles Godot, the man who assassinated Garfield. in many ways a giant asshole because he robbed us of a Garfield presidency, and James A. Garfield was maybe one of the most eminently qualified men to be president. James Garfield was one of the most qualified men in history to be president. And it's a great shame that we never got him as president, because probably would have been a good one. Made a pretty good choice. Was very pro civil rights, if people are interested. Good choice, a good choice to be president. Shame about what happened. And arguably, like, the bullet didn't even kill. Garfield is an example of a guy who was very definitely killed by his doctors. Because you got to remember, like, I believe, like, the doctors, like, just tried to bleed him and, like, film and they essentially gave him diarrhea medicine. Medical science in the 19th century, early 18th century, late 18th century, pretty not there. Had a lot to go. Still a big argument over whether germs existed. That's where the whether doctors should wash their hands. That was a big contention at the time. I mean, they were pretty much still doing the same thing on Nintendo. I mean, they weren't doing the leeches anymore, but they still had this whole idea that, like, you just needed to shit out the toxins and stuff. So they would just give you, like... So they would, like, try and make you diarrhea yourself as much as possible. Because they're like, it's bad, you know, you gotta get out all the... So honestly, at that time, not that far removed from, like... And, like, nowadays, we would probably just leave the bullet in. Because, like, the risk of... If you guys don't know... Chance to make your thing a lot more realistic. If you guys don't know. Most doctors do not take the bullet out. If you get shot, they prefer to just leave it in. Because once... If it hasn't killed you... There's a good chance you'll be okay. And trying to take it out could lead to, like, horrible infections. So usually they just try and keep it in. Usually, if it's not in any real dangerous spot, they'll just leave it in you. But, we were stupid at the time, and we didn't know that. So, like, the doctors just tried to extract it out of old Garfield. And, of course, the doctors also didn't really have a great belief in keeping things clean. Like, they said, what does it matter? Germs don't. Yeah. Yeah, all this stuff. You know, it's just not that... Once, I'm not a medical professional, so I don't know. But I know from researching this stuff of, like, for, like, writerly purposes, it's like, yeah, like, most doctors are like, yeah, just keep it in. Like, you should not... In no way should you actually try and remove it, because it's just... It's much safer to just leave it in. Because, like, trying to remove it is a lot more dangerous. Like, that's how Teddy Roosevelt survives his assassination attempt, is that he's just like, yeah, I'm not fucking letting them touch me. Because because he had seen, like, he had seen McKinley, because Roosevelt gets in because his, the president he was serving under was shot, and he was like, yeah, I'm good. Nope, you can. And, like, McKinley had also died from, like, doctors trying to take it out, so he's like, I'm fine. And that was the smart move, Rosie. A lot of good things in the Roosevelt presidency, and also a lot of not great things about the Roosevelt presidency. It's always the, don't you wish world leaders could be perfect? Great Sondheim musical. Is that my favorite Sondheim musical? I think so. I mean, all of them are so good. Like Sunday in the Park with George, Ever After. Oh, such a good one. Company, brilliant. Are you impressed that I never played it, but I do remember that one. That was a funny one. That was a funny idea. As a teenage boy, I was very obsessed with JFK. So, and I know hero worship of, like, especially of world leaders is probably not a good idea, because at some, like, being a world leader means you have to do terrible things. Yeah, but I still have great affection for JFK in a lot of ways. Oh no, the zombies! They're coming. We have to. Okay, John. Can I do a Nixon? Nixon's supposed to be an easy one. I am not a crook. It's me, Richard Nixon. Yeah. Everybody can do a Reagan. I think can everybody do a Reagan? Like, I think most people can do Reagan, because it's like Reagan's really easy, because it's like, well, it's Ronald Reagan here, or not apparently. Well, there goes my career as an impersonator. I love that. I listened to an interview once with Billy West, and he said, and like people asked him, like, why do you like, what's the deal with that sound? And he says when he was a young man, he just kind of thought Nixon sounded like a werewolf. So whenever he did a Nixon impersonation, he always said to get into the mindset he had to, like, pretend to be a werewolf. So that's where that comes from. It's just like him, like, doing like wolf noises, essentially. I hope that was, like, such a funny detail. Yeah, right. That is very Billy West. Yeah, he said it just sounded like a werewolf to him, so he, like, to get into the mind space, he makes wolf. Yeah. Yeah, that's also, yeah, that's also, yeah, he talks about that. He says basically he just, yeah, he says because he can do impersonations of, like, the Three Stooges, like, he pretty much just makes varieties of Three Stooges voices mostly. That's how he does a lot of his voices. Like, because Zoidberg is pretty much just Larry from the Three Stooges. Why can't I say words? Stooges. Yeah. Anyways, I love Billy West. He's so funny. He is, like, a legitimate, like, eccentric. If you ever hear him talk, he has, like, he has quite strange. He's like quite an unusual. Yeah. Well, Fry is pretty much just him. He says Fry is pretty much just him, but as a young man. Yeah. Yeah. It's so. Yeah, because because Zoidberg does whoops. Right, that's where the whoops come from. Woo, 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 woo. I can't do it. I find him to be him to be quite a fascinating individual because he's like a guy that will just like talk your ear off quite a lot. And he has like a lot of weird stories about his life. Like one thing that like threw me through a loop for a while is like I didn't realize how old he was. Like because he talks like one of the things he also is a guy that is not a huge fan of Nixon. And the reason why is because Nixon, because he got drafted by Nixon, and he almost had to fight in Viet. He almost had to fight, so like he's never been a huge fan of Nixon for that. And I'm like, oh, holy shit. Yeah. Oh yeah, yes, of course. Like yeah. Didn't he get on initially because he was making like some terrible? Right, he was making fun of. He was doing an impersonation of Lucille Ball, like in the hospital. He's like, oh. It's like the meanest thing in the world, but it's pretty funny when he does it because he does it. He's done it a few times. I've seen him do it a few times, and it's pretty funny. Oh. Listen, sometimes jokes are mean, but are kind of mean, but kind of funny. And you feel a little bit ashamed at yourself for laughing at them, but you still laugh at them. I wasn't in the country when Howard Stern was a big deal, so I do listen to a lot of podcasts. Do you listen to any podcasts on Nintendo? Do you listen to Comedy Bang Bang? I listen to a lot of Comedy Bang Bang. I love that show. I'm supporting them on Patreon now, so I better like that show. And eventually I'll support Andy Daly's new Patreon project too. Kelly! But not right now. I'm going to let the archive build a little bit before then. How's it going, Kelly? I know of Knowledge Fight, but I'm like one of my things is like I get scared listening to those because I don't want to be like in the mind. I know it's like all about debunking Alex Jones, but I don't want to be in like his mindset ever, really. Like because, like I just like Alex Jones is such a fucking like just awful person. But I have been listening to Behind the Bastards. That's a really good one. If you ever want to like a fun one. And explores various terrible people throughout history. That's where I was. I just listened to their one about Kaiser Wilhelm. That's why I was talking about him. Yeah. How's it going, Cals? Yeah. I know, like, not... Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was so funny how, like, the... I thought it was so funny how, like, the, not funny, but kind of funny that... because, like, the knowledge fight guy got called into, like, the whole trial that whole trial, like, was an expert witness on Alex Jones. Which is very fair, because it's like, that guy has done a lot. Yeah. Yes, it is both. That is a very good way to describe it. It can be both hilarious and horribly depressing at the same time. Depressing because, like, it's about the most terrible people in the world that get away with awful things. But hilarious because it's kind of so absurd at times. I was listening to the one about the, what was it? Like, the one that endlessly fascinates me is the one about Kellogg's. The founder of Kellogg's. Did you listen to that episode? That guy, if you've never listened to that episode, that guy is a fucking nutcase. Like, and a monster. And it's like, yeah. Yes, it is.
That's always fun.
Or the Synanon episode. I really want to base, like I had heard, like, there was weird things about the Kellogg brothers. The Kellogg's, the Kellogg family. Like, there's a whole weird thing, and I'd never, like, and I knew they were, like, obsessed with, like, enemas and stuff. Like, that's the one thing I knew about them, is that they were really, like, Kellogg, like, the Kellogg brother was obsessed, one of the Kellogg was obsessed with enemas. Yeah, so, particularly yogurt enemas. If you don't know, that will... John Harvey Kellogg, who was in many ways the founder of Kellogg's, is a little complicated, but was obsessed with yogurt enemas and claimed to do one every day. Yes, how dare any of the guests have any faith in humanity? Or the episode about the Reverend, about the Moonies, like, that one is, like, truly shocking of how evil those people are. Like on a level of, like, near, like, that guy was attempting full on global conquest, and he got closer to it than he should have. Listen. And that's why Walter Kellogg went straight to hell for putting sugar on cornflakes. Like, there's a lot of evil people, like, they categorize, but, like, Kellogg is evil in a way that if, in his perfect ideal world, nobody would feel anything, and there would be no pleasure, happiness, or joy. And he comes off like a children's, like, preschool vision that he hated, like, all things that made people feel happy about the world. And that's a very disturbing human being. And when you have that sort of worldview, you are capable of doing quite a lot to try and bring it into the thing. Listen, the graham cracker did not stop people from masturbating on Nintendo. He had to try something even different. And then his evil brother put sugar on it, and thus we were all doomed to masturbate forever. For the rest of time. And now people are wantonly sleeping in beds. On Nintendo, people are wantingly sleeping in comfortable beds and having dreams. And John Harvey Kellogg was against having dreams. Or food that tasted good. Or hope. Oh, he'd love... What are you talking about? Olive Garden's Italian-themed food is beloved by the world. Yes, it has no flavor or texture, but it is beloved. Beloved. They have things that kind of look like lasagna and spaghetti. And nowadays, and I know this because I went there with a little cousin of mine once, they have a little iPad thing on the table that kids can spend the entire time playing games. And they like that part of the experience. Olive Garden gives you hope that next time you'll pick a better restaurant. When that lawsuit came out with Olive Garden, and it's like, and where they said, we don't use like salt in our food because we don't want to get our pots. We want our pots to last a little bit longer. I'm like, Jesus. Mike. Oh my God, thank you so much. On Nintendo, you have no idea what you did. I think you got me up to my paycheck. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you. No, not totally there, but quite a bit closer. Go to bed. Go to bed. Yes, thank you. You need to get to $50 before Twitch will pay you. A little fun behind the scenes thing. And I'm very close to that. I'm very close to that. You got me very close to my payout. I need like just $3 more before they'll send me money. So thank you very much. I very much. What was that? What was that? Oh my goodness! What? No! I mean, yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I very much... Yeah, I think that does it. I think... Wow, thank you. Good day, good day, good day, good day for old Sean. Yes, very good day. Holy heck. Yes. Kelly, how is it going? Yes. Sean getting dangerously close to his payout. I think I am I think I'm nearly almost there. I need less than $1 to my very rough estimations, and I'm bad at math, so is that I need less than $1 to get an official payout. I'm like at 49 something. Or other. So what can I do to earn $1 from one of you guys? No. Yeah, don't worry. No actual pressure to do it. Yeah. No actual pressure. Just I had thought I probably can I don't like when I started streaming, like this always like kind of left an indelible impression. There was a whole controversy around Twitch where like there was like these, because the pandemic was happening, so like suddenly like a bunch of these really like big streamers weren't getting as much money as they were used to, because people were poor and stuff, and of course several online content creators who are like, and of course many online content people who I am very willing to call online content people because they don't make, or extremely selfish and mean, and only think about monetary things. Essentially, got caught in controversies where they berated their audience quite vigorously for not paying them, and and they used all the fun things. It's like, well, you pay for Netflix, why don't you pay for me? And it's like, well, because Netflix has a huge library. And that happened right as I started streaming, and that made me really mad. So I was like, I'm never gonna be. I like declared I'm never gonna be that sort of person. I'm never gonna like try and I'll never guilt my audience into giving me money. And I feel it's made me. I feel it's a good moral stance to make, but there has been. There has been times where I'm like, oh boy, I wish I had more. But it's like truly awful, like what some of these people do. It's like they essentially like guilt you into doing it. And I'm like, that's so shitty. It's like, don't you care about me? Don't you love me? Don't you? The only way you can get acceptance from this community that's become important to you because I, a theoretical and powerful influencer, exploited your loneliness. Loneliness is by pretending we were friends, but I'm gonna be mean to you and cut off the money so that you feel even more obliged to like blindly worship me. Don't you just want to do that? Well, I thought you like. That's just fucking bullshit. I hate when people do that. It's so scummy, and like you just people deserve to get paid, but people should not like almost emotionally abuse their audience into paying it for them. That's so scummy. hate that. I hate that when online creators do that, when they just go like, where they like try and guilt you into doing something. Like when I release this thing, like this book, whenever it finally gets released, you know, I'm gonna bring it up. I'll promote it, obviously, but I'm not gonna guilt anybody into reading it. Like, why, you know? But I'll go like, you know, it's there, it's here. I'm very appreciative for the money. I really am. Sorry, I got a little bit intense there. I don't really hate, you know, like, I certainly have problems with, like, capitalism and all that stuff, but, like, I'm not, like, you know, like, here's my advice, Yamaka. Just keep doing. Forget about like the errors. Just draw over them. You'll get. Draw over the errors, and it'll work a lot better. Like the thing about it is like don't obsess too much about like the details. Like just just the way you do. Let yourself just like doodle essentially. Like just keep your hand moving. And you'll get a clearer subject. So this is, by the way, if anybody's curious, nobody's curious, but if anybody is. This is a character from the book thing I'm working on. She's not the main character because there's no true main character in the thing, but she's a recurring character. So, Callie, what were you working on today? Or did you just wake up? Oh. I mean, I'm not gonna top that. Earning. Whoa. Welcome to the world of the world. Wonderful. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. All right.
I, in many ways, consider it to be you.
I'm just uploading some videos. I didn't have time to make new ones today. Sad face. Lipstick peppermint. Lipstick peppermint. A healthy obsession with Doctor Doom. Lipstick peppermint. Who cares what they say? No problem, take your time. There it is.
Incense been burned.
Anyways. Fine. What's the deal with Gotham City? I'm just doing something. 1 second. Yes. I'm just uploading some videos to my channel. It's a somewhat interesting story. Gotham City literally translates into Gotham literally translates into goat home. And it was essentially an insult for Washington Irving coined the term Gotham City as an insult for New York because he was essentially saying it smelled like goats, a place where goats shat. But New Yorkers took it as a source of pride, as they're wont to do. And it became like just a nickname for New York. And then Bill Finger, the real creator of Batman, discovered it, was looking for a name, and he just opened the phone book and randomly opened to Gotham City Jewelers, and he just picked that name because he thought it sounded cool. Doing something. The Wild Time Joker became the ambassador of Iran. That's a real thing that happened too. One of the not. There's a part of me that what kind of hopes they keep it like in universe just because of how stupid it is. But if I was being serious, I'm like, you gotta get rid of that shit, man. What are you doing? '80s Batman comics were quite conservative in a lot of ways. The Batman. Probably going to take a break in a minute or two. I have enough energy to keep going for a couple more hours, to tell you the truth, but I probably should take a break pretty soon. Go down, get a snack. Or I could keep going. Yeah, let's take a break. Okay, be back in like 10-15 minutes, okay? I know you can still hear me. I haven't muted the mic yet, but I'm going to in a second. Okay.
We have returned. We have returned. How's everybody doing? Do it. I did. I made myself some food. I made
I made myself a burger. We had leftover burger today, so I like just made myself a quick something. There we go. Yes, I did. But I didn't order it, so it didn't cost me an arm and a leg. What time is it? I don't know, I still got energy. Wee. Can't see it. Oh, yes you can, huh? Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. That's an old SNL sketch. He's a lounge singer type, and they ask him to sing Star Wars. They start playing Star Wars, and he just goes like, Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. SNL sketches are, old SNL sketches are inexplicable. There's quite a lot of funny ones, but there are quite a lot of ones that have not aged well, and the references don't make any sense. And it's really bizarre trying to watch them. And they can go on for like 20 minutes. I assume many modern day sketches will end up having that exact same feeling. What's your least favorite TV show of all time? How dare you? No, yeah. Kind of hard to justify that now, isn't it? With what a creep that guy turned out to be. My least favorite. Well, turns out John Kay, the creator of Ren and Stimpy, turned out big old creep, and used his position on the show to do a lot of terrible things to a lot of young children. So. My least favorite TV show. TV is weird because, like, if you don't like a show, in my mind, you usually just stop watching it. Like, I got pretty sick of Glee. I used to be kind of into Glee, and then it just kind of got worse and worse. And then I was like, oh, I don't like this show anymore. This made me mad. Like, I got pretty burnt out on the Arrowverse shows. I don't know. Like, that new Gotham Knights TV show makes me just angry to think about. But I haven't sat down to watch it, so I can't really in good conscience call it my least favorite show. Yeah. So I can't say I dislike, I'd probably go into it too angry to be really positive about it. Oh, because that show pissed me off like a lot the second I saw it. Ugh, saw that trailer, I was so mad. Have you seen this Gotham Knights? Have you heard of Gotham Knights? It's not gonna last long, it's gonna get canceled pretty soon. It's like the last vestiges of like the Arrowverse, I'm pretty sure. So Gotham Knights is a TV show, not a video game, just it's coincidence more than anything, that decided that what they should do with Batman, who's been one of the most iconic characters for a good like 80 years at this point, almost. I don't know, about 70 years, because like several of Batman's first appearances are getting very close to being in the public domain. So Batman may become a public domain character in about 5 years. Who knows? I'm pretty sure Warner Brothers is going to fight that tooth and nail, but... what was I saying? Right. So, anyway, so the Batman TV show made the very cool, very wise decision that they would kill Batman right off, which, you know, they've done a few times. Like, it's about a show where Batman was murdered, and which is, you know, just so great that we have that plot point again in a TV show. I love that we've had like several Batman-related TV shows and no actual Batman pop up in it. I love that plot point. And his adopted ward takes over. Now, Emeka, Batman famously has several adopted wards that could be the star of the TV show. Star of a TV show about a character filling Batman's shoes after he gets killed. Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, Tim Drake. Even Damian Wayne could have been the character. What they decided to do was create their own original character for this TV show, and I am just so charmed by that. Some boring no-name that nobody gives a shit about. It's like, this is and it's like, and then it's a random collection of like Bat characters, including one of my favorite minor Bat characters, Stephanie Brown. And so that infuriates me that she's in this show, because it's like, you're your character, stop. Anyway, so yes, except Batman Beyond was great, was an amazing TV show. Was amazing, and I loved that show so much. Yeah, and you know, thinking about it, you're right. Yeah, Terry McGinnis was a specially created character, but they had to create a new character for Batman Beyond because it was about cyberpunk future Batman, which was an interesting premise. You know what isn't? And I can just tell what they're gonna do, because I know, because it's essentially Batman. What if a teenage soap opera? And I'm fucking sick of it. I'm just fucking sick of it. I don't want this plot line to happen anymore. I'm sick of this plot line happening. Batman does not need to be the main character in a Gotham storyline, but I'm tired of like them not adapting Batman comics anymore. There's a lot of really great Batman comics. And frankly, I'm just tired of the Bartel-verse team being in charge of stuff. When we have like better writers with more... Like the fact that like Peacemaker and Doom Patrol were out there and they weren't really connected to the Bartel-verse, serving as like an example of like how to do this stuff right. And I'm like, why even bother with any of this anymore? Can we just put like a new team behind it? It's been a decade. They've done enough. I haven't seen it, so that's all I can really say. That I'm irritated. Turner Hayes. I had to think of. I couldn't think of the name because he's so generic. Fuck Turner Hayes. Fuck this interloper. He even has a douchey fucking name. Yeah, I'm Turner Hayes. I majored in
you know, I go to I'm gonna go to Dartmouth and I'm gonna major in beer studies. Yeah. Like, I play lacrosse, and, you know, those charges against me were bullshit. And my dad paid them to go away. Yes, I like, my favorite movie is, like, The Boondock Saints, and like, Boondock Saints 1 and Boondock Saints 2. Yeah, and, like, I think I'll be, like, a businessman or something, and maybe I'll run for president. And, my frat brother, Pud, is gonna run my campaign. Right now we're drinking really heavily. Right now we're drinking and doing drugs. But in a few years, I'll work very hard. I'll stand up in Congress and say that we shouldn't tell girls what periods are. Because I'm just that sort of person. Fuck that shit. Fuck this show. Tired of it. Tired of this bullshit. I want a new team. I want a new team in charge. I want new people in charge of the DC TV version. Like, Peacemaker was so fucking good. And it's like, you know, it's not fair to compare people to, like, say, James Gunn, who, in my opinion, is one of the best guys working in the superhero biz today. But it's like, that was so much better, and it's like the characters were so much more likable. And then it's like, oh, right, good writing and funny. And like, oh, the Bartelverse had such shitty jokes. Oh, I hated every one of them. Like, they're obnoxious pop culture references mostly. So, it's not fair. I haven't seen the show, so it could very well be good. It's gonna fucking suck, and I know it's gonna fucking suck because it looks like a shittier, cheaper version than all the other fucking shows that fucking sucked, and I gave a chance to. Even the good ones fucking sucked. Okay, that's me being mean. If people like those shows, there's nothing wrong with people liking those shows. I didn't like them. I didn't like them. I got burned out on them pretty quickly. I moved on. Some of the actors are quite charismatic. I feel that there are problems with the writing and structure of a lot of these shows, but doesn't mean they're bad. But fuck that Gotham Knights TV show. Fuck it all to hell. You can eat shit. I hope it gets canceled soon. Because if it gets canceled soon, nobody's gonna give a shit about it. Then we can watch it on here and make fun of it. Like, I can't watch it on here now because I'll get in trouble. But if it gets canceled, then I can. Because I don't want to contribute right now to any chance of it getting renewed. If I watch it and get that show renewed and help in some way get that show renewed, I will feel guilty.
No. No. No, don't tell me it got renewed. No. Why must the universe punish me? I just want the Bartel things to be over with. I'm done with them. It's been a decade of this. Listen, sometimes people react overly emotionally and I on things. But you can tell when people really don't like a show when it has both a really shitty IMDb rating and a really shitty Rotten Tomatoes score. Beautiful. Oh, no. Velma did not get renewed. I'm gonna say this right now. They're saying it got renewed. That's not what happened. Animated shows always make about 2 seasons in advance. Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie. They are lying. It did not. It's not necessarily renewed. Velma. Okay, so animated shows take a long time to make. So oftentimes they already have season 2. By the time season 1 is done, season 2 is showing. Season 2 will be mostly done. They usually do 2 or 3 seasons in advance. So Velma very well may, even if it does really terribly, get to keep going. So they, yeah. So what that means is season 2 is already made. And you have to just wait to so give it 2 or 3 seasons and see what happens. The trick will be is if there's no active production on the next season. Yeah, that's always kind of a lie. If an animated show is being made, there's already 2 seasons. If you're seeing... If they know something's really gonna bomb, here's the trick. If you can tell if something's really gonna bomb, if there's no active production on a second season, then that's a show that's just destined to die. If they only made a certain amount of episodes and nothing else, that's a show that's on the chopping block. So whatever will happen, Velma will probably get the broadcast because it's probably price wise. I don't know. The fact, what's so infuriating about Velma is that a lot of great animated shows got canceled, and the one that people were not interested in did not. I think people may have been even a little kinder to it if things like Gravity Train and stuff Close Enough and a few others got to stay on HBO Max. That's what it walked into this thing where it's nobody was interested in this take on Scooby-Doo. But what people are frustrated by is that animated shows created by animators are fucked over quite a lot. But animated shows made by celebrities who are oh, wouldn't it be fun to make an animated show, don't get that same treatment. And that is a very real frustration. That everybody should have. I think. I also think, like, this is going to be unfair. This is going to be unfair because Mindy Kaling has done nothing as bad as this, but this was a complaint beforehand. I think Mindy Kaling has entered maybe a tiny bit of a Woody Allen zone, and not the creepy shit that Woody Allen was accused of. Is accused of and very, very probably did, but I won't say anything definitive just because I don't want to get sued. Because of course Woody Allen is watching my stream right now. But before Woody Allen, that stuff wasn't really well known about Woody Allen, or was people realize, like, whatever, the criticism, a lot of people had a problem with, like, just how personal, like, Allen was getting in his movies, and, like, in a weird way, like, people want to know about celebrity lifestyles and celebrities, but if you put too much of yourself in it and, like, you reveal too much about yourself, people get a little tired of it. Like, you come off as too much of a sharer. Like, another guy who I think has entered this zone is, like, Tim Burton. Like, people understand Tim Burton too well, and I think people got kind of tired of it. And I suspect, my theory is a little bit that I think Mindy Kaling has that exact same problem. Is that every Mindy Kaling project is about a character who is exactly like Mindy Kaling, and who's exactly like Mindy Kaling, goes through all of Mindy Kaling's issues. And I think it's just at a certain point, like, people are like, well, we're kind of, we get it, Mindy. It's like if you reveal too much of yourself, and if you make too much of your fiction about, like, your own personal struggles, like, own personal issues, it's like people get to know you too well, and then people kind of feel like you're overbearing and oversharing to the entire world. Like, I was recently thinking about that guy, like, this is kind of what hurt Will Smith. It's like people were fascinated by him, and then Will Smith started revealing, like, everything that was going on in his relationship, and it's like, oh yeah, we didn't want to know this part. We're good. Thank you, but no thank you. Or, like, I was thinking, or Machine Gun Kelly, who, like, way overshares, and, like, people were kind of into his, like, pop punk album that he made, and then like, people started to, like, he started to just, like, talk openly about him and Megan Fox's, like, sex life, and, like, it's like, nobody wants to hear this. Nobody wants, and I suspect that that's what's going on with Mindy Kaling. It's like literally every show is about her in some way, and after a certain point, you've learned all you want to learn about a certain person, usually. And I feel like it's you've overexposed yourself, and, like, people get kind of sick of that. And it doesn't necessarily mean things are bad. It's just like you have like, with people like Kaling who get that's cute. Like, with people who get, like, a lot of show, like one of the issues that hit Mindy Kaling, she has, like, 5 or 6 shows, like, on at the same time. People are, like, have learned quite a lot about Mindy Kaling for their lifetimes, and it's like, it's, like, good, and it's, I don't know. So I feel like that show just walked into, like, a bunch of problems, and I don't know. It's also nobody was that interested. Like, just nobody was that interested. Nobody wanted this version. What people really wanted was more Mystery Incorporated. That's the truth of it all. And the big revelation, like, and the thing that was going to be, like, the trump card was that this was the first time. Velma had always been a little bit, like, queer-coded, and, like, the original actress who played Velma was queer, so, like, that was always kind of a thing. So this was going to be the first time Velma was going to, like, you can tell they hadn't watched other cartoons, because it's like, yeah, our Velma is going to actually be, like, gay on screen, and it's like, so they already did that? Like, almost a decade? Like, they did that already, like, almost a decade ago? It was a big thing. It was a thing. already. So, like, nobody cared. I don't like the racism stuff. I think that is like totally gross. Good. Because of course, Mindy Kaling is a person of color making a TV show, and people are attacking her on that basis, and that's gross and terrible, and should not be indulged in any, like, should not be tolerated in any way. But it's people are allowed to not like a TV show. You know what it is? It's when people learn figure out what your sexual kinks are in your TV through your art, that they start getting a little tired of you. That's when it is. And I feel like Mindy Kaling, like a lot of artists, maybe have revealed too much of what she might be into as a person. Yeah. No, you can criticize a lot of Velma as a thing, and even maybe how they handle race issues. I don't know. I didn't bother to watch it. It didn't look that interesting to me. There have been Mindy Kaling projects I've liked in the past, but I have... If you can't tell, I've grown progressively kind of tired of her voice. I think a lot of her characters are very samey. So I was like, oh, this feels like another Mindy Kaling project. And I was just like, I'm good. I've seen... Mindy Kaling has a thing where it's, you've seen one, you've seen them all. And so I won't comment on that exactly, but I'm sure. But I of course, like, unfortunately, there are some people who are using this as an excuse to, like, be mad at a person of color, and in many ways it is like, people should not, like on that level, that's gross and should not be criticized. But also, it's very it would be very, like, I don't know, I'm wading into so much things. And then I've seen, like, some Indian people, like I saw an Indian critic act really weirdly to it. Yeah. And it's like, oh, this. Like, what I saw, like, and then I saw, like, a few, like, a Indian guy act. There was some weirdo, like, I didn't like his criticism where it's just like, yeah, she dates too many white guys and doesn't date enough Indian. Like, his criticism boiled down to, like, she only dates white guys and not enough Indian men. And I'm like, fuck you. So there's that side to it. But it's just like, nah. It's a show that nobody had any... It was a show nobody wanted or had any interest in. And its supposed trump cards were all, like, stolen or, like, had already been played by the franchise much earlier and in a much better form. And, damn it, like, just come on. Like, just... make more Mystery Inc. That's what people really want, is more Mystery Inc. Like, do a live action adaptation of Mystery Inc. People love that shit. Like, people would be into that. I don't know why that wasn't a thought process. Like Scooby-Doo, but it's also Twin Peaks? Come on. Don't let the Riverdale people be in charge of that. Like, I think people would have been, like, I don't know. Personally, what I want from Scooby... A little bit, yeah. It's not, but I can... Yeah, he does look a little bit like it. I'm actually trying to draw Joaquin Phoenix if he was Doctor Strange. Because if you don't remember, this was a long time ago, the first choice to play Doctor Strange was Joaquin Phoenix. And for some reason, for that reason, I will forever not totally like the Doctor Strange movies, even though Doctor Strange is one of my favorite superheroes. Because Joaquin Phoenix was the amazing 100% right choice to play Doctor Strange, and although I like Benedict Cumberbatch, it will forever feel a little bit less special because they had an amazing pick for a cast. Like legitimately like one of the best casting decisions. Marvel used to have really great casting. That used to be one of the things they were really good at. It's like they kind of picked an amazing cast each time. And that was like an amazing choice for Doctor Strange. And I was just like, I'm forever disappointed that he didn't get to be. And it was him. He made the decision. And then he's like in those Joker movies. And I'm like, I wasn't a huge fan of those Joker. I wasn't a huge fan of the Joker movie. I get, and that seems to be more his speed. But it's just like, and I understood why he didn't want it, because he said, like, I don't want to do a franchise. He said he didn't want to do a franchise. Like, he was fine. He was fine doing it as a one-off, but he didn't want to be, like, committed for the next few years. And I was like, okay, I completely understand that. You shouldn't, like, that's probably a lot of work. Yeah, you could wait. I mean, you can mention it now. Are you gonna like spend money on advertising? Then maybe wait. Yeah, that's exactly what I was. That's what I was getting to, Emmy. It's like, oh, so you're doing it. You wanted to. You can do. You're up for doing a franchise now. And that kind of frustrates me about those movies, because it's like, oh, but you could have done the franchise I wanted you to do, not the franchise you were interested in doing. Listen, I'm just gonna say this: the reason people like Joker is because they don't watch adult movies. Joker was essentially a remake of an old Martin Scorsese movie called The King of Comedy. Like, that's what it is. Like, the Joker was essentially a remake of a movie called The King of Comedy. It pretty much has the exact same plot, but instead the character is the Joker. And I'm just gonna say it. People liked it because I think the reason people really gelled with it is because it was an adult. It was based on a movie made for adults, made 100% intended for adults, and that's why they gelled with it. And there are a good deal of adults out there who don't want to watch those types of movies, and then complain when their big blockbusters don't immediately satisfy everything about it. And it's like, you are a grown-up. You're a grown-up. You have a natural desire for a deep, like a little bit more of a deeper film. It's fine. No, I mean, obviously, it's fine. He doesn't have to do that if he doesn't want to. But it will forever be frustrating to me that a movie that would have very much benefited from his strange, surreal, kind of his oddball charm, instead got given to Benedict Cumberbatch, who is a fine actor. An actor I like. But Benedict Cumberbatch, like, Doctor Strange with Joaquin Phoenix could have legitimately been, like, a masterpiece. And Benedict Cumberbatch take as Strange is essentially magical Dr. House. And both are fine, but I would have rather have seen Joaquin Phoenix's version. Whatever that was would have, like, I feel like they would have elevated to his level instead of, Is that mean? It's probably mean. I don't care. It's That's what I feel. It's why Doctor Strange, which is a hard character to do, is still kind of like they could have built the next phase of Marvel around like Joaquin Phoenix's performance, and that just didn't get to happen. So, Joaquin Phoenix is one of my favorite actors of all time, even though I've not been a huge fan of his last couple of movies actually, which has been a little bit of a depressing thing. And he's playing Napoleon soon, and boy, that looks a little bad. Ooh boy, they've done some bad casting in that one, and I am very frustrated by that. So, not to get on too much of a high horse here, and it feels a little bit like maybe his ego got in the way of this, because the Napoleon movie, if people don't know the story of Napoleon Bonaparte, one of the big like dramas in Napoleon's life was his marriage. See, when Napoleon was a young man, he married an older woman, which is fine. You can do that. That's fine. But he had married an older woman who was. He had married an older, richer woman, and their relationship was very complicated. And in many ways, she was Napoleon's true love, and in many ways, he really resented her, and they both were cheating on each other constantly. And it's a totally fucked up marriage that would obviously make it's a fucked up sort of like strange, mutually like hateful, loving relationship that it would be a fodder for a fantastic movie. So the central conflict with her being older than him comes in this: when Napoleon becomes Emperor of France, Napoleon needs an heir. And by the time Napoleon is Emperor of France, she is very definitely going through menopause. So the whole central conflict is the fact that now with her is that he is a younger man who really does need, who is playing like the monarch empire game, and he needs an heir. And this woman who he loves, but it's this whole central like angry relationship, like fucked up relationship where they're both kind of mutually awful to each other, but in some ways do like actually truly love each other. Is now like what happens exactly? And if history goes that they do get divorced, and he marries a Austrian princess. But so that marriage and the fact that she's older is so central to that relationship. It's so central to that relationship. It's so central to like what happened with them. Anyway, so the actress they cast to play her is 20 years younger than Joaquin. And it's like, jeez. Like, Joaquin, like, you can't, like, you can fib a little bit with ages sometimes of characters, but, like, historically, like, this relationship, the relationship's central drama was that she was older than him. That was their whole issue. And you can't, so it's a role for like, this is a role for like a middle-aged actress, like a 40, 50-year-old actress, like that you have to cast that. It doesn't make sense any other way. And they cast, the actress is Vanessa Kirby, who's a great actress, fine actress, is wrong for this part. She's a beautiful, like, elfin-looking girl, but it's like, and there's a part of me that fears a little bit this might be his ego playing. It's like, no, you can't cast somebody older than me as a love interest. Ugh. And I don't want that to be, because I like his movies so much. And he's been in a few movies that maybe were like my favorite movies of all time. And it's like, I don't want this to be true, but I'm worried it is. Because it's like his wife is so much younger than him, and like they're consenting adults. It's fine, but well, it's a little weird, but it's fine. It's fine. They're consenting adults. It's fine. I mean, it's not whatever. It's I don't know them, so but this feels I don't know. So there we go. That's my. I'm gonna probably rant about that movie until it comes out in some form or another until it comes out. Because normally Joaquin Phoenix as Napoleon Bonaparte, fucking great casting, amazing casting. Even like I would argue like having him as Napoleon Bonaparte may justify like some age fuckery, you know. Like they say they're gonna digitally de-age him a little bit to make sense, and you know what? That might even justify it. Like getting him on camera as Napoleon Bonaparte is exciting enough for me that I'm like, okay, that might justify it. But I'm irritated that it's sexism. It's just sexism. That's what it is. It's sexism and it's ageism, and that a part that should be clearly for an older actress is being given to a younger one. Like, cast Amy Adams or somebody, Jesus. You know? Amy Adams would have made a great Josephine. You know? Actually, I can't think of a better casting than that. Yeah, Amy Adams, perfect Josephine. Okay, I'm done complaining. Stupid casting for that movie. And normally I should be excited about this because I'm fascinated by Napoleon. I'm fascinated by him as a human being. One of the most fascinating individuals of all time. Like, a guy that truly redefined the history of the world by his actions. You know, I used to have really mixed thoughts on him, and then it occurred to me recently. It's like, you know, people are like, well, he was conquering places. But, like, he was really being my feeling is that the monarchs of Europe didn't have any right to claim that, like, somebody was unjustly hurting them, because it's like Napoleon had just as much claim over the land as you did, but also Napoleon kept setting up republics, because in a weird way even though he declared himself emperor, he was kind of a true blue believer in the French Revolution, and like this ends up starting like the democracy movement in a lot of Europe is like this desire to like the fact that Napoleon set up all these like republics, even though like you could be a republic, but you have to be loyal to Napoleon. But this sets up like a lot of like. You know, and you know, honestly, you know, like every historical figure, he's probably a mixed bag. No, he was noted for actually being quite religiously tolerant and he was quite religiously tolerant to Jewish people, which good. He was quite sexist, bad, and reduced bad, and he was kind of racist, but he was also he also set up a lot of republics that ended up because of him, they ended up throwing off the yoke of their monarchist oppressors that had ruled them for hundreds of years because of his actions, and that was good. Also, his opinion, his rape stuff is complicated. There's a lot of complicated discussions because it's like numerous black soldiers actually did serve in Napoleon's army. Like a lot of like Africans from French's overseas territories very willingly served in his army, and they considered him a better, like somebody more tolerant than. Well, it's complicated. Like race in France and like the civil rights for African people in France of African descent were very complicated. Was a very complicated time, and France has like kind of different ideas. Like the French have very different ideas about what race is, so you have to kind of go over that, and and then there's a whole Haitian thing, and like it's complicated. They were racist, but it was racism, but just different from how we understand it in like the Anglosphere. It's a lot. There's a different understanding of it works differently. Anyways. Have you ever seen a Joaquin Phoenix movie before? Like, I don't want to get into it. It's just because, like, I fully understand it, particularly myself, because it's complicated. Like, it's all about, needless to say, many African people did not feel that the French treated them all that well. And if you are to ever journey into Africa, into Africa and into any of their former colonies, well, sort of former colonies, that's a whole thing. A lot of former colonies, you must make it very clear that you are in fact not French if you're a white person, and you will have a much easier time. Because a lot of former African colonies do not like the French for very good reasons. They did. And when I say kind of former, some people have accused France of essentially never giving up their colonial empire, really, and they still like have all the benefits of a colonial French empire. They just don't say it out loud, and there is some truth to that. Kind of looks like he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, isn't it? Hemika's cat. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. I think this turned out pretty well, actually. Listen, do I have to give praise to myself sometimes? Yes, but I think it actually turned out pretty well.
innocent eyes would be totally ruined by seeing that.
Good.
Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. do it.
Oh, have a good sleep, Em. Have a good sleep. It was lovely talking to you. Go to bed, go to bed. I probably should go to bed myself, but I have all the energy in the world right now. Oh my god. Boo, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Oh my god, thank you so much. You don't know what you just did. You don't know what you just did. Well, I'm very appreciative for this. You just got me over. You just got me over my pay rate. The pay. That's it. You did it. Holy heck, you did it. Thank you so much. I was at like. Means I'm gonna get paid. You just ensured that I get paid this month from Twitch. Thank you so much. Oh, that's it's not a lot, but it's good to do. Like, this thing occasionally pays off. Ooh. Whew. Thank you so much. How's it going? That's good. That's good. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a bit. Haven't seen you in a bit. See you, buddy. Oh. Yeah, no. Oh, I'm on frequently, but I do take breaks now. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the sub. It's super appreciated. Oh well. I don't think I can do it anymore, guys. I'm tired. I'm gonna call it here.